Good evening, everyone. A quick check. My screen is visible. Voice is good. Awesome, guys. So today we'll be starting the coding part. So let me quickly share the code file what we need to use today. Just a second, guys. Yeah, I asked for the writing credentials so that I can update the file here. I do not have the credentials yet. Okay. So, let me just give you the agenda for the day. We will be starting the pandas today and we'll try to walk through with the complete concepts of pandas. That will require the basic data operations like filtration, data, joins and concatenates, and all these basics data operations. Also, heat maps, and some basic visualizations. Then we'll discuss about the missing values, outliers, and duplicates, right? How to deal with these anomalies in the data. Plus, then we will proceed to the scaling methods, standard scaling, robust scaling, min-max scaling, all the possible scaling methods. So that's gonna be the today's agenda. We'll start with the pandas and let's see what all we can finish today. Then once we finish the pandas, most probably by tomorrow, we will start the feature engineering chapter, right? In which we'll be discussing the algorithms to select or to drop the features. Okay, awesome. No, not this is the Chan one. Just a second. Which one is the drive we are using right now? This is. Wait a second, guys. Give me a moment. Just allow me a moment, guys. I am just accessing the link with the credentials so that I can upload the files on there. Yeah, I got it. Awesome. Day 2. Okay. So the screen is visible, everyone. We can see this day 1 and day 2 folder in the Google Drive. Perfect. So, like day 1, we just had the introduction. So let me just upload the core Python things. If you want to, if you just want to go through with the core Python concepts, you can just you can just go through with the presentations and the code files I'm sharing right here in the day 1. Just a second. Yeah. So this is the presentation for the Python, core Python only. That's what I'm uploading in the day 1. Plus, core Python. Yeah. Okay. So in day 1, I just updated the data files and the code files for core Python and also these presentations just to walk through with the basics. From the day 2, that is today, we will be starting the pandas. So let me upload the pandas file, what we will be doing here, pandas basics.ipynb. So please download this file, everyone, from the Google Drive, and we'll be starting with this. We need to download this file, plus we need to download, can you please upload yesterday introduction file? That is already available in your LMS. You just need to go to the self-learning section. Scroll till last, there is ebooks. There are ebooks, right? So download the ebooks from here, guys. Okay. So you need to download the datasets also from here. We will be using these datasets available in the self-learning section on this pandas basics file, right? So for today, we need to download the pandas basics and we need to download the datasets from self-learning. Sure. All you need to do is just go to the Google Drive link what I have shared, go to the day 2 and download this pandas basics file, right? Let me upload the dataset also, guys, just to avoid the demo datasets. You can download the demo datasets from here itself. Though the demo datasets are also available in the self-learning section, but I have uploaded it in the same file. So you can just download everything in day 2. Okay. Just download everything in the day 2, guys. We will be referring to this. Let me open the pandas basics file. How to open the IPYNB file? Okay, so you just need to launch the Jupyter Notebook. You have installed the Jupyter Notebook? Yes, guys? Okay, now just launch the Jupyter Notebook and you will land to some page like this. When you will launch the Jupyter Notebook, you will see some similar page like this, right? Okay. Now all you need to do is either you can upload the file what we need to use. You can just click on upload and upload the files what we want to utilize here, or you can just save it. You can just copy paste using your file explorer and save everything in a desired folder or location, whatever you want. Got it? Yes, guys. So just launch the Jupyter Notebook, either upload the notebook files or just copy and paste the notebooks and the files and the folders to a specific directory. You can keep it in documents, desktop, anywhere you can access it from there. And we'll be starting the Pandas basics today. Okay. Yeah, the core Python one is for the basic revision that has the basic till advanced complete Python codes. Okay, sure. You just need to download everything available in the day 2 folder, shared Google Drive, day 2. There are two things, the code file and the folder. So you just need to download all these things, place it somewhere, launch in the Jupyter Notebook, and we will be good to start the core, this base Pandas basics file. Okay, correct? Guys, uh, okay, upload part. So either you can upload the files what we will be using, either you can upload I would say download the entire folder structure, because we will be utilizing the folder structure to use it in the Jupyter Notebook, right? File is this Pandas basics, that's the Jupyter Notebook file, and there is a folder that has the dataset. So you need to download both. You can place it in some folder, right? And we can access that folder using the Jupyter Notebook. Save that folder into desktop document somewhere so that you can access through the Jupyter Notebook. Because if you launch the Jupyter Notebook homepage, you will see the desktop and downloads right here in your screen. Okay. Yes, guys. All good, everyone, about the files and the folders, what data sets and what all needs to be downloaded, and how will we launch everything in Jupyter? Is it clear, everyone? Perfect. Perfect. So let's start, guys. Let's start. Before we start, please let me know if anyone have any questions, anything about yesterday's session, or like before we start this discussion, anyone wants to put any comments or anything, please go ahead. Okay. Demo dataset is not a CSV file. That is a folder, guys. Just download the entire folder. If I show you this notebooks and there is a demo datasets folder, right? After upload file, we have to do new, right? Just download and store it in some specific folder. Nothing else you need to do. You just need to download the demo datasets folder and this notebook file and store it in some specific folder. Okay. Download it. And if you are downloading it, this folder in a zipped file, so you need to extract this folder also. If this is zipped, demo dataset is a zipped folder, you need to extract the zip folder also. Done? Then you will see a similar kind of data structure like in Jupyter Notebook. You can go to downloads or documents wheresoever you placed all your files. For me, it's inside notebooks. There is a folder demo datasets and there is a file pandas basics. Both are available, right? That should be the same. That should be the exact directory structure for everyone. Otherwise, the codes will start giving error. Okay, you just need to place the folder and the notebook file in the same directory so that the path of the files, the path of the CSV files, what we will be using inside the pandas basics will not get disturbed. Right? Understood, everyone? What we need to do here, we just need to download the files and the folder and place it in a directory, any directory, downloads, documents, anywhere, so that the path of the CSV files will not get disturbed. Like these paths should not get disturbed. Correct? Awesome. We can start, guys. If we are all good, we can start. Awesome, guys. Awesome. So first of all, let me introduce the library Pandas. Pandas stands for panel datasets. Panel datas. Panel datas are nothing that's just a term representing multidimensional data, right? So Pandas is just a library in Python that is used for the data analytics. How to upload demo dataset in folder? You don't need to upload it. You don't need to upload it. It's downloaded, extracted. You can simply access it in Jupyter Notebook by going to the downloads. You will see a downloads folder right here in front of the homepage listing of the Jupyter Notebook. You will see the downloads here. You can go to the downloads. You can go to the downloads and you will see this demo data sets inside the downloads, right? Are you going to upload class workbook after the class? You mean to say this? I have already shared this file. I have already shared this file and dataset in the Google Drive. This file and the dataset what we are going to use today, I have already shared in the Google Drive in day 2 folder. If you go to the Google Drive, what we shared, day 2, there is everything. Okay. Perfect. Let's start, guys. Yeah. What else you're talking then? Yes. Let me know. This class work. So we are going to discuss that file only today. Okay. Perfect. So the very first thing, the library pandas. Pandas stands for panel data that represents multidimensional data. Okay, and this library is there in Python for implementing the basic data operations. What kind of data operations? We'll just see how to read the data from a CSV file. What are the different properties? What are the different attributes for the object we have in the pandas? And all those things, how we slice the data, how we select a specific section on a data, how we do a basic visualizations, and concatenates, joins, and all those things. We'll see. We'll talk about the data sets today. Okay. Perfect. So now import pandas. First of all, we need to import the library. So we are importing the pandas. And now pandas.read CSV, there is a function read CSV that can read the data set from a CSV file. To access this read CSV function, we need to address it using the pandas library. We cannot directly do the read CSV. We need to use pandas.read CSV, and then we need to specify the path of the CSV file from where we need to read the data set. Okay. We need to specify the path of the CSV file from where we need to read the datasets. So pandas.read CSV and the path of the CSV file. So when we'll execute it, df will carry that dataset. Now .head function in df is only it's only displaying the top 10 records. So we have specified 10 here, so it's showing the top 10 records. Understood? Yes, guys. First 10 records. Yes. Sir, I have problem while reading unusual extensions. Means you mean to say JSON.txt, some other extensions? Okay. .dat for like any other extensions, any such extensions that's not available in pandas functions. We need to write some custom logics in order to read that file, or we can use some available online tools to convert the extension of a file. Okay. Either we need to write some customized code to in order to parse the file in an organized manner like tabular structure also, or we can like that's what we normally do. If we have some extensions that cannot be directly read through a library, we change the extension by available online tools, or else we need to write some customized coding in order to parse it in a certain organized manner. Perfect. So this read CSV is clear, everyone? Yes, guys? Awesome. Now, we can also import the pandas. Sure. The path is where exactly the CSV file is stored. So for this, like in this specific relative path, we are inside the notebooks. For me, I'm inside this notebooks folder, notebooks directory. So from the notebooks itself, because the pandas basics is also there in the notebooks only, we need to go to the demo datasets, lesson 3, and middle tn schools.csv. That's the path of the file where the CSV file is stored. Okay. What's the error? What exactly is the error? Okay, Preeti, if I see your path, you haven't included .csv. So you are not actually giving the path of a file here. You need to make sure the path what we are trying to give in a code is exactly same where the data file is stored. Otherwise, it will give error, file not found. Okay. We just need to make sure that the file is stored. Okay. It was showing errors. So yeah, that is also a possible solution we can upload. Yes, it can be stored anywhere. You just need to give the right path. Done. You can store it anywhere in the PC. You just need to give the path to that specific file. Just make sure you are giving the right path. Sir, how to give path? You just need to go to the folder, go to that directory where the file is stored, and you just need to give the path of that directory, right? Any servers? I didn't get by servers. Actually, if you have installed it on your dedicated system, you are going to access it on your dedicated system only, right? If you upload it to some server, then that can be accessed through the server. Okay. Please show us. Is it really okay? Yeah. We can definitely give an URL for a CSV file, and we can read it from this read CSV function. We can give the URL if the file is somewhere in the server. Sir, where to download the data? Guys, we have discussed it many times. We have gone through with this many times. There is Google Drive link I have shared, and in that Google Drive link, there is a folder day 2 where the basic code file, pandas basics, and the data set is available. Yes. Where is the CSV? If you go to this dataset folder, lesson 3, there is the CSV file. Guys, can we please start the coding part? We have spent enough time for the downloads and the files. Can we start the coding part? Perfect, guys. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So we simply discussed that how to read a file from a given path using the read CSV function from the pandas. So the one way is to import the pandas and access the read CSV function from the pandas library itself. The other way is we can also import the pandas with the help of an alias, like import pandas as PD, and we can use PD in order to access the read CSV function. So we are doing pd.read CSV, specify the path of the file, and here we go with the data set, right? Yes, guys. So we can also do this. Sir, I didn't get how to get paths. Durga, you will have the self-running videos in which the very first video will be how to set up the environment. I would suggest you to go through with the first video to set up the environment and how to launch the Jupyter Notebook and path everything. Okay. Yes, guys. Small suggestions for everyone. If we can just go through with the self-learning videos to stay a little bit prepared, to get a little bit prepared about the live training sessions, live training classes, so we can get best out of these 3 hours. Lot of people asking how to set path same time. If you show once, it will save everyone's. Okay, you mean to say how do we? Okay, no problem, guys. No problem. No problem. Let me show you. That's okay. That's no big deal, guys. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine, guys. No problem. That's no point to have this discussion. Okay. See, that's quite easy. We just need to download these two files, right? We just need to download these two files. I'll simply download pandas basics. Okay. I'll simply download the demo datasets. Okay, no problem. Let's see. Let's spend 5 more minutes. No big deal. Let's see how we can set up this data sets and the files. Okay, I have downloaded both the things. Everyone saw this step. We just need to download both the files. Clear, everyone? Okay, now what I'm doing, I'm just launching a new terminal. Like there could be a different way to launch the Jupyter Notebook. I'll go to the terminal. I'll type the Jupyter Notebook. A new instance of Jupyter Notebook is launched. Okay, this is also clear. Perfect. Now, if I go to the download section, this demo data set is zipped right now. So I just need to extract it. That's extracted, though it was already there in my directory, so that's why it's saying demo datasets 2. I'll simply go to downloads. In downloads, I can see the demo datasets 2 because I have done it, 2 times, so that's why it is having the duplicates. And there is also pandas basics file. I'll open the pandas basics. And I'll simply execute the codes. Nothing needs to be changed, nothing needs to be modified in the path or anywhere. The code will work smoothly. Easy. I hope now this is clear to everyone. Perfect. So now we can start. Let me just close everything what I have launched unnecessary, because it will start taking over the memory. Okay. Perfect. So now we can go through with the read CSVs. Read CSV is done now. dir is a global function. Global functions means that's the function available in Python. We can give any object to dir to access all its attributes. Now PD is basically the alias of the pandas library, and what all we can call, what all we can invoke using this PD object, we can access by the dir function. Okay. dir is basically to list down all the possible attributes, all the possible properties for a given object. So we have imported pandas as PD. Now what all functions, what all properties, what all attributes we can invoke using this PD object, can be listed down by this dir function. Okay, no, not df, for pd. That's not for df, that's for pd. If we want to access for the df, we need to give the df. Okay, you just need to give the object for what object we need to access the properties and the whatever functions that can be whatever functions that can be invoked with the given object. So if we talk about the df, these are all the possible functions that can be invoked using the df object. Okay, and if we say pd, it will simply display what all can be accessed with the pd object, right? So dir function will simply list down what everything, including functions, attributes, properties, that can be invoked using a certain object. You need to give the object inside the dir function. It will list down all the functions, all the directories, all the functions, all the properties, all the attributes that can be invoked using that object. Okay. Clear? dir is clear, guys? Awesome. Perfect. Now, so there are few small problem statements. If we refer to the PDFs that we have in self-learning, there are few small problem statements. One of them is to convert the columns into array. Sure. That's too much. Okay. Enough. Now there is a small task to convert the columns into array. So we can simply read the data using read CSV. That's our data. Now we are reading some different file. Like earlier it was middle T and school. Right now we are reading salary gender.csv. This is how our data looks like. We have 100 rows, 4 columns, salary, gender, age, and PhD. Okay, where PhD is a category, gender is a category, age is a continuous, and salary is also a continuous variable. So in this data set, we have 2 continuous variables and 2 categorical variables, right? Perfect. Now, there was just a small task to convert the column into arrays. How we can do it? How we can actually convert the columns to arrays? We need to import the library that takes care about the arrays, that is NumPy. NumPy stands for numerical Python. Okay. NumPy stands for numerical Python. np.array can convert the given attribute into an array. So we are giving data salary, and we are giving this inside np.array function. So it will convert the salary into array, and this is the result. The salary array variable is carrying the array of all the salaries. Correct? Easy? Awesome. What is an array? Array is basically a collection object. Homogeneous collection objects means some such variable that can carry multiple information in the same instance, right? Such variable that can carry multiple information, and all those information should be of same data type. That's called homogeneity property of an array, right? And array are basically utilized for the numerical operations in Python. That's just a kind of data type in Python, right? Correct. What is an array? We can also convert the array by just accessing dot values property of the data frame. So we access data.salary and we simply did dot values, it will return the array of the salary. If I remove the values, it will actually return this one column only, what we are trying to access, that is the salary. If you want to access these values, we simply did dot values and we'll get that. Okay. Got it, guys? Easy. How do we access multiple columns? We just need to give the list of column names that needs to be accessed, and if we give it inside the np.array function, that will be converted to array again. So these are some basic things about how do we how do we access a column, how do we access multiple columns, converting them to array and other things. Easy. Awesome. Now let's proceed. Okay, now let's understand the types of data. The multidimensional data in pandas is data frame, and the single dimensional data in pandas is called series. Okay, multidimensional data, not multidimensional, two-dimensional only. Two-dimensional data in pandas is called data frame, and one-dimensional data is called series. So data, if we check the type of data, that's the data frame, right? And if we check the type of a specific column inside the data, that's the series, right? And if we access only one column, that's the one-dimensional data only. This data is two-dimensional. We have rows and we have columns. This data is only one-dimensional because we only have the rows. And if we check the data type, the data type of multidimensional data, that is two-dimensional data, is data frame, and the data type of one-dimensional data, when we access a single column, that is the series. Make sense? Awesome. Now, data.shape, it will simply return the number of rows and columns we have in the data. .d types will tell us the data types of a specific columns, right? So inside data, we have 4 columns. It is telling us the data types of every column. What type of data is available in every column. Now, here is a small catch, guys. A data frame is heterogeneous, means inside a data frame, multiple columns can have different data types. But when it comes to a series, that's always a homogeneous, means a single column or a single series, everything available in that should be of same data type, right? A data frame is heterogeneous, means multiple columns in a given data frame can have different data types, and a series is homogeneous, means everything available in a given data in a given column should be of same data type. Yes, series homogeneous, and series is homogeneous, and data frame is heterogeneous. Correct, everyone? Shape will simply return the number of rows and columns in the data. If I show you the data, here it is the data, how many rows we have and how many columns we have, that's what shape is returning. Clear? Perfect. Guys, please post your questions to everyone. Small request to everyone, if you are posting any question, any doubt, please post it to everyone, to all participants. Now, as type function is there to convert the data to string or any other data type, right? As type is there to convert the data type of the data into some other data type. So data.asType str will convert the entire data into string. Now everything is right now in the string. We won't be able to see like this. If we check .d types, it will tell everything is in string. So in data frame, it says object for the strings, right? It says object for the strings. Objects is basically objects trying to represent the strings, right? When we have the strings type of data, the data frame, the D type of a specific column will be object in that case, right? As type is there to convert the data type of a given data. And when we convert to strings, any column that has the data type strings, data frame will take it as an object. It will say it's object, right? So object is nothing, just the string. Easy? Perfect. Now we saw the salary. Okay, now this as type function will not affect the original data type. If you see, it is only returning the data, but the original data is still the same. Only for the string or for no. If it is only string, then only it will say object. Otherwise, it will tell the data type itself, right? So here it was float, int, or whatever it is. It says the data type, but when we convert it to the string, it will say object. Basically, object is equivalent to string in pandas. Why we need to convert data into objects? We actually don't need it. We are trying to understand in case if there is a requirement to convert the data type, we can convert it using as type function. What are the different values we can pass into as type? All the possible data types we can give, right? All the possible data types we can give string, int, boolean, whatever is there, right? We can give all the possible data types inside the as type function. As type str, what it means? It means we are converting the data to string type. Okay. Understood, everyone? Awesome. Now we can also convert it to integer. Right now, if you see the salary is in float, right? The salary has decimals and this is in float. So we just need to do it dot as type int. So everything will be converted to a whole number without any fractions, without any decimals. So these are some possibilities what we can do with the data. Yeah, that's called typecasting. Type conversion, typecasting. This process is called typecasting in programming. Okay. Perfect. Now let's proceed and let's talk about few attributes, few properties of the data frame. Data object. If I talk about this data variable, what is the data type of this data variable? Anyone? Yes, guys. What is the data type of this data variable? Wait a sec. It's a data frame. Correct. It's not an object. It's a data frame. Data is of data frame, right? The pen is not working. Okay, so that's the data frame. What all properties we can access from a data frame? Dot keys will return the columns, and dot columns will also return the column names. Dot index will return the row labels, how exactly rows are defined in the data frame, and dot values will return the array. Right? It's lagging actually because I'm running out of space and I need to get it fixed. And it's been months I haven't shut this down. So there are lot of things I need to get this fixed. What is difference between keys and columns? Keys is a function, column is an attribute. That's the small difference, but this will overall return the column name only. Okay. Now this started working. Okay, so now I don't need pen also. Perfect. Clear, guys? Clear about these basic attributes, the keys, the columns, the index, and the values? dot values will simply return the data available in the data frame. So this is the raw data, the array available in the data, right? Perfect. Then, okay, now we can definitely update the index. What is data index used for? Index will return how exactly rows are defined in the data, right? How exactly the rows are defined. What are the labels of rows? So if we see the rows 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 till 99, that's how the rows are being identified. That's what index returns. Now, if you want to update the labels for the row, clarify. Can you give difference of keys and columns, or they can be used interchangeably? Yes, they can be used interchangeably. Means there is by the output point of thing, there is no difference. By what exactly are they? There is a small difference. Keys is actually a function. Anything where there is these braces, there if you see these parentheses, they are functions, and if there are not parentheses, they are called attributes. That's the small difference. But if we talk about the output, what they return, that's exactly same. Okay, understood? Perfect. Then okay, these values are also clear. Now what we were going to discuss, we were going to discuss about updating the index. Now if you see the data has the index 0, 1, 2, 3 and like this. I want to update this index, the labels, how the rows are going to be identified. We can simply assign the new labels to the index. So I created a list comprehension specifying a new random label. Now this EMP1, EMP0 does not actually carrying some significance. I just took it hypothetically. So this is just a small example how we can update the index labels, basically row labels. Make sense? Sure. So this is basically to update the row labels. Now what are row labels? How we are going to identify the rows, right? These are called row labels. If we want to update the row labels, we can simply assign new row labels to the data.index. Now how this is actually generating? This thing is called list comprehension. If we have heard of this term list comprehension, that is actually the core Python concept. This is called list comprehension, right? This is called list comprehension. And what does this mean? Comprehension. We can actually create a list with a single statement. Now, for I in range something, or just define what is the I. So it will just save this I for this definition of I. Like what exactly is I? If I would say range 5, right? If we simply say range 5, it will create a list with 0, 1, 2 till 4, right? That's the list comprehension. Now we are doing a little bit trick with the list comprehension. What we are trying to do, EMP, that is in a string, that's a text. EMP plus string of I for I in range length of data. So length of data will give 100. Yes, length of data will return 100. So for I in range, I will go from 0 to 99. Yes, length of data will return 100 because it has 100 rows. I in range, for I in range 100 will, in this case I will go from 0 to 99. This makes sense, everyone? Yes. Range, length of data is 100, so I will go from 0 to 99, and we are simply doing the addition emp plus string of I, right? Both are system index, right? No, this is system index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's what we are creating. This is called user index, what we are creating. Okay, we'll discuss about this in more detail when we'll reach to lock and ilock property to access the data. So when we'll discuss lock and ilock, we'll have more better understanding about the system index and the user index. STRI, that's simple typecasting. We are converting I to string. Yes. STRI is the typecasting in which we are trying to convert I, that is numeric, to string, because we want to add it with a string. And we cannot do the operation, the addition, with two different data types, so we need to make them string. That's why we converted I, that is numeric, with this range. I is numeric because of this range, and we converted it to the string, and we added with the M, that is also a string. Got the logic, everyone? My question is how you access the system index. We'll reach to that part, how we access the system index. There are properties to access the data using the system index and the user index called lock and ilock. So we'll reach to that part. Perfect. Understood this? How do we update the index, the row labels for a given data frame, guys? Anyone, any questions, please? No one? We can proceed. Awesome. Can we use anything instead of him? Yeah, that's subjective. Like I said, I just picked it hypothetically. It's just for explanation. In case we need to update it, we can update it this way. Yeah, good point, Leela. What I would say, if there is a question about the topic what we are discussing, we can discuss it like during the discussion itself. We can talk about the questions during the topic discussion itself. But in case we have something apart from the topic what we are doing right now, let's keep it for the last 15 minutes. Make sense? If there is any question that is related to what we are discussing, we can discuss it right away. But if there is something apart from this, let's keep it for last 15 minutes. Yes. So that's what we said. If there is a question about the topic what we are discussing, we can discuss it right away. If you have any question about the thing, about the code what we are talking, we can discuss that thing right away. But if there is something apart from that, let's keep it for the last 15 minutes. Make sense? Perfect. Let's proceed. So now here it is, the user defined and the system defined index. In order to access the data, in order to access a specific row or specific column, that could also be a requirement that we don't want entire data. We just want to locate a specific row, or we want to locate a specific column. Possible? Yes. Yeah. So how do we do that? Basically, we can access it. We can point out a specific row or some rows, or we can say a column or number of columns using two properties called ilock and lock. Okay. Now in ilock, we give system defined index, and in lock, we give user defined index, right? Now let's see the code, and then we'll understand what is system defined and what is user defined. Suppose this is the data I'm using ilock. So in ilock, I'll give the position of the row and column I want to access. From 28th to 30th, it will give me from 20th row to 29th row and second to fifth column. Okay. ilock system defined index means the position starting from 0 to whatever we want to access. So if we see ilock, if we give ilock 20 to 30, it is giving EMP 20 and EMP 29, though it's not actually referring to this 20 in EMP. It will simply count from the beginning 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, and so on. And wheresoever it will see 20, it will start giving the data from there. So that is the system defined index. And also the column second to fifth, 0, 1, 2, 3. Now there is no 4 and 5, so it will only give these two. And that's what it's giving. Right? ilock For system defined index, that is actually the positions starting from very zero. In rows also it will start from the zero. We said 20, it will start counting from the zero. Wherever it will find 20, it will start giving the data from there. And also for the columns 2 to 5, starting from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, there is no 4 and 5, so it will give 2 and 3. Yes, sure. In iLog, we are trying to access the data with the system defined index. And what is system defined index? The positions, right? It will always show the user defined. The display, the representation will always be the user defined, and system defined is something that is, we can say, the position itself, starting from the zero, the position is the system defined index. So if we want to access the system defined, we need to use iLog. And what is system defined? The position starting from the zero, right? Easy. iLog property to locate a specific row or column in a data frame as per the system defined index. Everyone? So for the user defined, index 0 is EMP column. EMP 0 is 0. Actually, if we want to access the user defined, we need to tell EMP0, EMP2, we need to specify these values as it is, right? iLog is vertically or horizontally, it's both. The first thing, see, there are two attributes. If I show you iLog, first we give for rows, what rows we want, first we give for rows, what rows we want, and then we give for columns, what columns we want. Okay, so if we see before comma, we are specifying how many rows from 20th to 30th, that's row what we want, and after the comma we are specifying the columns, what columns we want. Okay, the multi-index thing is something we'll have a look later on, because right now if we include the multi-index data, it will create confusion to a lot of other learners as well, right? So we'll discuss about the multi-index data when we will reach to that point. Yes guys, iLog is clear? Everyone? If we want particular EMP60 row and column, in that case we can use the log. 20 to 30 means we want to access the column, we want to access the row. Thus 20 to 30 means first is the row, and second is the column, right? So 20 to 30 means we need to have the rows from the 20th position to 30th position, correct? We want to access the row from 20th position to 30th position, and the column from second position to fifth position. Clear? Perfect. iLog is clear, everyone? Awesome. Now, apart from the iLog, we have log, through which we can access the data by specifying the user defined labels. Now, what are user defined labels? Let me show you the data first. Okay, this is the data. This EMP2, EMP3, EMP96, these are user defined index, and these are the user defined index for the columns, right? So we can simply specify what employee or what data we want, right? So we want EMP1, EMP3, it gave EMP1, EMP3. We want salary PhD, it gave salary PhD. Easy? Easy. And make sure we are giving it in a list. In case we want multiple, we give it in a list. That's a list, that's also a list. So we give lists. We give lists, right? Everyone understood? Sure. So log is basically to access the data with user defined index. that could be like for us, it's employee 1, employee 2, or EMP4, whatever we have created. So we are specifying what rows we want by giving the exact user defined index. I want for EMP1 and EMP3, so it's giving EMP1 and EMP3. I want 2 columns, that is salary and PhD. Out of these 4 columns, it's only giving the salary and PhD. So in lock property, we give the user defined index for rows and columns both. Correct? Easy? Can we give range like we give in iLock? No, we cannot give range. At most we can give is a list comprehension, but we cannot give range because see, it's not very necessary to have a sequence in user defined index, right? It's not very necessary to have a sequence in user defined index. So that's why we cannot give range here. To access the custom values, you can use at most the list comprehension. So what's the difference in iLock and lock? Anyone wants to answer, guys? What's the difference between lock and iLock? Anyone, please? Awesome, guys. Awesome. Got it? What is the difference between lock and iLock? Understood, everyone? The lock and iLock? Perfect. We can proceed. We can proceed. Lock is the index location defined by the system. So iLock, we get the system index, and lock is for specific, like what we create, user defined, right? Perfect. Awesome, guys. We can proceed. We can proceed. Perfect. Now, okay, now here is a very interesting thing to discuss. We saw, let's say this is a data frame, okay? This is a data frame, and we have multiple columns for a data frame. We have multiple columns, okay? Now, multiple columns can have different data types. Yes, in a given data frame, multiple columns can have different data types, right? That's what we discussed. The data frame is a heterogeneous. Okay. Now, when we access a specific column, it will return a series, and series is going to have everything in the same data type. And that's also good. Like so far, it's very good and perfect. That if we access a single series, everything should be in a single data type because series are always homogeneous. And that's also makes sense because the data in a single column should belongs to a same data type, right? Can you explain the lambda function, Pratik? Can we keep every question that are not related to the topic what we are discussing right now for the last Q&A time, 15 minutes? We'll have 15-20 minutes at the end of the session in which we'll talk about the questions or the queries what we have apart from the things what we are discussing right now. That makes sense? Yes. Because if we start something else, it will distract the flow. So let's keep any question that's not related to the concept what we are discussing for the last Q&A period. Awesome. Perfect. So sorry, where were we? What we were discussing? I forgot. Yeah, data frame and series. Okay, yes. So data frames are heterogeneous and series are homogeneous. That's what we were discussing. If we access a single column, it will return a series, and everything in a single column should be of same data type, and that should be there. That's also a good thing, that the data that is available in a single column, that should be of same data type. Now, when it comes to accessing a single row, with the help of lock and iLock, we can also access a single row. Yes. Okay, perfect. Now, if we access a single row, what dimension it is? One dimensional or two dimensional? One dimensional? One, okay, mixed result. How it is two dimensional, guys? If we only access a single row, it's one dimensional. No, single row is one dimensional, guys. Single row will be one dimensional. One row, four column, but the another dimension is one only, right? So if we talk about a single column and it has 100 rows, so that will be one column, 100 rows. So again, we could call it two dimensional, but if it's one column, that's not a dimension then. We have 100 rows. Yes? If we talk about a single column, so we only consider we have 100 values, nothing else. If we talk about a single column, we have 100 values, right? But when we access a single row, we have only 4 values. Make sense? When we access a single row, we only have 4 values. There is not any other dimension. Make sense? So if we access a single row, that's one dimensional. Yes, it's one dimensional. The way if we access a single column, it is also one dimensional. So when we access a single row, it will also be a one dimensional, right? Got it? So if we are trying to access a single row, that's going to be one dimensional. Yes, the rows and columns together are two dimensional. But if we access a single row, that's one dimensional. If we access a single column, that's one dimensional. Okay, now tell me, so it's 1D, though this is going to be 1D, it will return in series. And series are always homogeneous. So what will happen? What will happen, Janus? What will happen if we access a single row? Same data type, but the 4 values are going to have different data types. How will it make same? It will return as an object, typecasting, true, correct. Okay, see, it will convert all the 4 values into such data type that can carry all the information, right? If float is the common data type in which everything can be stored, it will make a series of a float type. If string is the data type in which everything can be stored, it will make the series of string type, right? So it will just pick the data type as per the values. Exactly, depending on the data. So that's the catch here. Let's see some practical of it. Let's see some codes. So if we check the type of the data, that is the data frame, and if we check the type of salary, that's a series. Okay. And if we check the data type, so see, salary is float, rest everyone is integer. And if we try to access only single row, this is the way to access a single row. Yes. This cell data.ilog in which we specified we want a 0th row, and this colon means all the columns. This colon means we want to access all the available columns, right? So it will return the first row of the data. Yes, guys, it will return the first row of the data. So, and now see, what is the data type? It's float, and the variables, the values that were in integer, they also got converted to float. Yes, everything also got converted to float, because in this type of structure we have 4 values of float and integer. The integers can be converted to float without losing any information. We can easily convert integers to float without losing any information. So it gave a float type of series. Easy? Okay, so type, I just wanted to show the data type. So that will be series, right? That will be series. Float has high memory, so converting to float. Yes. If the string is present, it will convert everything to string. We'll come to, like, the next step is to observe the string only. Again, let me explain this entire thing again. We saw that a series should always be a homogeneous, but when we access a single row, we can have the information of different data types. So how the series, how the pandas will handle, will try to handle this specific scenario. It will keep a common data type in which every piece of information can be stored without losing any information, right? So if we see the data types of the individual columns, salary is float and rest other columns were integer. And when we tried to access the first row only, it converted everything into float. And that also makes sense because we are not losing any information here, right? Easy? Awesome. Awesome. So let me erase and let's proceed. Now let's convert one of the data to string and let's see what happens in that case. So we are converting gender to string, and now if you see the data type, gender belongs to object. Yes. Now if you see the data type, gender belongs to object. Right? Okay. Now tell me what will happen when we try to access a single row. What will be the data type of the series when we try to access a single row? Object. Right, exactly. That's going to be object. We can see data type equals to object. And object is what? The string in pandas, right? Awesome. And if we check the data type of this result, that's a series only. Now, what will be the data type? Okay, so I should not keep it series, but let's say SR is the variable. Don't consider, let me change it. DT, okay, that's some variable to store the data. That's some variable to store the data. We are trying to store two rows. What will be the data type of this DT variable? Data frame. That's going to be a data frame. Correct. That's going to be a data frame. Awesome, guys. So we understood this data frame series 1D, 2D concept, homogeneity, heterogeneity. We are all good with this part, right? Brilliant. Perfect. So yeah, that's all we have done. Let's try to read some other data and let's work on this. So there is middle TN school. Before we proceed, do we know about continuous and categorical variable, guys? No? Yes, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Okay. Uh, I am little confused by the mixed result. Have we done the like what was that course, data science with Python? How many of us have done the data science with Python course? And how many of us haven't done it? Not done? Okay, so there are not done. We have people who haven't covered that course. Okay, I just want to know the learners who haven't covered those, so that I can keep the pace in that way, guys. Actually, yesterday when we started the first session, I saw most of the responses were that we have covered data science with Python. So we also have learners who haven't covered it. So okay, now perfect. Perfect, no problem. No problem. Now we can take care of everything. Perfect. So let me explain what is the category, what is the continuous variable. Small request to everyone, guys, who have covered the course, though we have the learners who have not done the course, this data science with Python. So let's cooperate and let's keep everyone on the same pace. So even if we need to discuss, we need to go to the basics part. Let's do this. Okay. You can have a quick revision, and that will be helpful for the other learners as well, right? Perfect. Perfect. So let's keep everyone on the same page so that we should not leave anyone behind. Perfect. So what is category and what is continuous variable? Continuous variable is basically something in continuous entity. For example, sales, age, right? Anything that is in continuous. And categorical variable, some column that has some, some certain number of values like sex, male or female only. Then the region, we have specific 4 to 5 regions only in which we are active. So any such column that has some specific categories, yeah, pass or fail, that's the category, right? Healthy or not, that's the category. Anything that has some definite values, right? That is a categorical variable, or any column that has some range of values, that's a continuous variable. Another way to understand this is qualitative and quantitative. Categoricals are qualitative, right? And continuous are quantitative, right? Categorical are qualitative, continuous are quantitative. Means sales, that is actually in some range. The sales is going to be in some range. Age, that's again going to be in some range. Marks, or like percentile, all this size is also a continuous variable, right? So any variable that is going to be in some range, that's a continuous variable. And any variable that is going to have some definite values throughout all the data, that's a categorical variable. Understood? Perfect. That can measure is continuous. Yes, yes. So again, we can say this thing. Anything in quantity is continuous. Anything is quantity is continuous, and anything that is quality, that's categorical. Discrete is if everything is unique like name, but discrete is also there. And discrete data or discrete columns are something not very much useful in case of modeling, right? But yes, discrete is also a type. Discrete can be also a nature of a column. Discrete is when everything is unique like name. Okay, so name is always going to be unique. There could be small repetitions, but we consider it discrete only. ID, right? Yes, Aadhaar number. Awesome, guys. Understood, everyone? These nature of the data sets. Awesome. Let's proceed. Now, when it comes to the categorical data, when it comes to categorical data, we have some functions. Guys, I'm getting distracted with this conversation. Sorry, sorry, but I'm getting distracted. I hope everyone is doing good, everyone is fine. So no worries, no worries. Yes, yes. So sorry about that. Okay. Dot shape is just to see the number of rows and columns. Now, Sorry, I forgot what we were discussing. Yeah, categorical columns. Now, if we have the categorical columns, how to do some basic analysis over the categorical columns, like what are the unique categories, what are the number of unique values in the categorical column. So unique function will give like school type in this data set, school type is a categorical column. School type is a categorical column, and we want to see how many unique categories are there. So we can simply execute this unique function to that specific column, and it will return all the unique values available in that column, right? Break will have, we almost reached to break. So let's see these three functions and we'll have a break. Okay. Let's see these three functions and then we will have a break. Okay, so unique is just to return all the unique values in a given categorical function, though we can execute it in any in any variable, not specifically category or container, but in which type of columns we will be getting the good insight, that is the category only. So in case of some categorical variable and we want to know how many unique categories are there, we can simply execute the unique function, right? Easy. Now, n unique will give the count of unique values. N unique will give. My voice is break. I'm so sorry. The voice is good to everyone. Clear? Thank you. Thanks for the quick response. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you for the quick response. Okay. So n unique will simply give the unique count of the number of unique values. How many unique values are there, right? Now, the most important function is this value counts that gives the frequency of every category. Okay. The frequency of every category, how many times every unique category is repeated. So this public is getting repeated 292 times, this public magnet is getting repeated 46 times, then 8 and 11, and whatever is the frequency of every n unique. Sure. See, unique will return the unique values in a categorical data, right? And n unique will return how many unique values are there. So if we see, unique has returned 4 values, right? Public magnet, public charter, public virtual, there are 4 values, and that's what n unique is also returning. There are 4 unique values. Easy? Yes, number of unique values. True. Value counts will give the frequency of every data. So if we see, we have 347 rows. Okay, out of these 347 rows, public has repeated 292 times, means frequency of this specific category, means there are 292 schools with the school type public, right? That's our mode. Good. Yeah, that's the mode as well. And this another category, we have 46 schools belong to this category. So this is basically the frequency of every category, right? Awesome. Okay, so these three functions are clear: unique, n unique, and value counts. Perfect. Awesome. Now we can take a break and we will proceed with the further things after the break itself. What's there? Correlation and heat map. Okay. So far we are going on a good pace as per the content is there in 45 hours. What we need to cover, we are going in a good pace so far, right? We are going in a good pace. Small request to everyone. I see we have mixed learners, people with some prior background, and we also have learners with no background. So let's keep everyone on the same pace, even if we are going to the basics, even if we are discussing the very basic thing, that's fine, right? for at least 10 minutes, then give time for queries, even acknowledge with yes, also distracting. Okay, just a second. Let me understand what you're trying to say. My sentence to at least 10 minutes and give time for queries. Okay, sure, sure. That definitely makes sense. Definitely makes sense. What ideally I try to do is before we proceed to the next topic, I'll ask everyone if this thing is clear, then we can proceed to the next topic. Once I get yes from everyone, then we proceed to next. Right? That's what actually I try to do. But yes, we can also go with that way. We will do some discussion and we'll take the queries. Yes, we need to cover everything if you don't mind for the course. Everything you mean to say means some prerequisites or what? Sure, Adit. I'll just unmute you so we can speak. Yes, actually. I mean, suppose if we talked about the list comprehension, and if there is someone who is not aware about the list comprehension, so we need to have some small discussion about the list comprehension also. So that's what I was trying to say. Okay. That's what actually I was trying to say. If there is something, some concept, we are like in upcoming sessions we'll be talking about some basic core Python syntaxes that are being utilized. So in case someone have some query or some difficulty in that, we can discuss that quickly, right? To step the next level, we use the word boom as the sign. Yeah, I'm in agreement. Sure. Sounds more interesting. Yes and no are something very usual. So let's use boom here. Boom. Okay, Adit, let me just unmute your mic so we can speak. Yeah, you're good. Adit, please go ahead. You want to say something? It's not very.
You guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Abhilash, it's about, the things like you have shown us unique and unique value count, right?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, if you could open it in the Excel and if you can apply some pivot or something like that, then that would be really helpful to the participants or the trainees to
Okay,
understand.
I
Actually,
agree.
if you could do that, because it's,
I
just saying,
definitely agree. I got it. I definitely agree. But I
yeah,
see a small problem here because we might have learners who are not very aware about the Excel and the pivots. Then we need to
yes,
go to
yes, yes.
other
But
discussion
thing
what
is,
are pivots and what are Excel.
yeah, no, Abhilash. Actually, when you show it on screen,
Hmm.
what the pivot does in Excel, it's like the that's an example that you are setting up. That's it.
Sure, sure. We'll try to
Yeah.
we'll try to.
Otherwise, if you want me to show, I am ready to show, but I have to share my screen for that case.
No, that's
That's
definitely
fine, right?
makes sense. So
Yeah.
we'll try to keep it best.
Yeah, because that makes real sense, like unique. Yeah, they'll visualize the things in Excel.
Sure.
It's a beautiful software that we have from
Right,
Microsoft.
right.
Thank you, Abhilash. Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks. I'm going on mute.
Thank you. Thanks for the suggestion. So we'll keep that. We'll keep that, and we'll try to keep it best to explain each and every possible concept that we are doing in pandas. Right? Awesome. So we are good to take a break. Let me know if there is anything else anyone wants to say anything or any discussion, or else we can proceed with the break. Can we explain unique in words? It will take 3 minutes, but if you show, it will take only 20 seconds. unique in words, it will take 3 minutes. But if you show, actually, what like in my experience, we have different learners from different backgrounds. So we need to understand everything, every function, every possible concept in all the different ways. Like what exactly it returns, and like what is the application of this, where we should be using it, right? Not more than today or tomorrow. Like I don't think we will be able to finish it today, but it won't be taking more than 2 days. Okay, so ML will be starting most probably by tomorrow or day after tomorrow, not more than that. Yes, we will be discussing the projects definitely, guys. Okay, so for the people who already have done the pandas, I'll give you the projects to work on. Okay. For the learners who have already covered the data science with Python and we already know the pandas, I'll give you the projects to work on. Okay, that will be good. Perfect. So let's take 15 minutes. The polls are open. Let's get back after 15 minutes. 20 minutes. Okay, that's something. Okay, okay, guys. Okay, let me make it 20. 15, 20. Let's make it 17. Okay. I would say like the initial time was helpful for few of the learners. I would say the initial time could be helpful for few of these learners, right? Okay, the 17 minutes last. Let's get after the 17 minutes, guys. Hey everyone. Oh, I see there is a lot of chit chat went. I I totally agree with you guys. Walid, actually you are sending message. I totally agree with you guys to host and presenters only. So the guys you are actually referring to won't be able to see your message. No worries, no worries. I was just kidding. Not on a serious note. Okay, so I think we are little concerned about the things what we need to do and the things what we have discussed. Guys, I would say just leave these things up to me. I'll take care about everything. We have 45 hours and I'll make sure we are going to discuss everything, right? We are not going to skip anything in this entire curriculum that is mentioned, right? So don't worry about this. Don't worry about why like we are going to the basics or why we are talking about the simple stuffs. I'll make sure that we are going to cover everything that is mentioned in this, and I'll try to cover as much as possible, like even more than what is there in the curriculum. Okay, my concern is we should not leave anyone behind, right? So if there is someone who is struggling about anything, we should let them, clear out the things and proceed with some everyone what we have. Manish, regarding the Jupyter Core Python, can we do it at the end of the session during the Q&A? If that's good, okay. We can talk about these topics, what is in the agenda for the class, and anything apart from that, we can do it in Q&A time. Will that be okay? I hope we can do this, right? Perfect, guys. And I just want to make sure everyone that we are going to cover everything that is mentioned in the curriculum and not like even more than what's there, right? Even more than what's there. I'll try to cover maximum possible things, maximum possible the concepts and the algorithms in the machine learning. So at the end of this entire session, we will be confident enough to work on any type of project. So don't worry about this. Leave everything up to me. I'll take care of all the machine learning things. Make sense? Awesome, guys. And definitely, wheresoever I'll feel that yes, we are actually going very slow, we are spending more than enough time that needs to be, that needs to be spent on a given topic. I'll definitely address that. At it if that could be that is becoming a case that in case we are spending more than sufficient time on a given thing, I'll definitely address that, guys. But as of now, we are going good. Perfect. So I hope everyone is back, and I hope we are not rosy after the dinner. So let's start. This count shape. Okay, the shape is something we already know. That is 347 rows and 15 columns. Perfect. Now there is a concept that we are going to discuss, that is correlation coefficient. Anyone have any idea about correlation coefficient? No problem. No problem. Correlation coefficient. That is basically explaining the relationship between the two variables, how the variables are related to each other. Exactly. Simple example. Let's say the salary and the expenses. Okay, the salary and the expenses. So there will be some correlation between salary and expenses. Salary increases, expenses increases, right? A positive correlation. Make sense? Yes. How about the relationship between two variables in comparison? Or yes, exactly, exactly. So correlation coefficient, let's consider this example, the salary and the expenses, right? So there is some relationship, some correlation between two variables. As our salary increases, the expenses also increases, and there should be some magnitude in the relationship. How exactly the expenses are getting increased as per the salary? Make sense? Yes, guys. Positive correlation. Temperature and height. Temperature increases. Sorry, height increases. Temperature decreases. Negative correlation. Yes. So when it comes to the correlation coefficient, it tells about the relationship between two variables, right? When it comes to the correlation coefficient, it explains the relationship between two variables, and this is actually between -1 to 1, -1 to +1, right? If it is 0, means no relationship, right? Means no relationship. If it is 1, we have high positive relationship, like salary and expenses. Salary increases, expenses also increases. And the negative relationship, that is like height and temperature, strong negative relationship. Strong negative relationship. Correct? So the correlation coefficient will always be between -1 to 1. The correlation coefficient will always be between -1 to 1. And if it's 0, it means no relationship. If it's -1, it means high negative relationship. If it's +1, means high positive relationship. For the example, we can say the height and the temperature, that's a negative relationship. Yes, guys? As we increase the height, as we go above altitudes, we get lower temperatures, right? The negative relationship. And also the salary and the expenses, salary increases, expenses increases, positive relationship. Make sense? Yes, guys, make sense? But when salary decreases, expenses doesn't decreases. That is the exception. That's exception. We understood the correlation coefficient, right? Yes, guys, we got the concept of correlation coefficient and how to interpret the values if the correlation coefficient between two variables is something. So we can interpret, right? The direction explains, if it is positive or negative, it explains the direction of the relationship, and the value explains the magnitude of the relationship, how intense the relationship is. Correct? Awesome. Okay, let me know if there is any question, anything about correlation coefficient, or we can proceed. Yes, guys, all good, we can proceed. Boom. How we know it's high? Basically, +1 is the extreme. It cannot be greater than +1. So if it is +1 or close to +1, it's high. Okay? Awesome. And similar, we have -1. Exactly. It cannot be less than -1. So that's the range of correlation coefficient, and based on that we can interpret what is the relationship. Now, yes, all good, everyone, we can proceed. Should we mention the two columns that should be measured as parameters in df.correlation? This function will come to this function. We'll come to this function. I'll explain how this function is working. Okay, now this +1 and -1, this concept of correlation coefficient is clear, everyone? We can proceed. Boom. Perfect. So now let's come to this. If the correlation is 0.9, before we say that they are strongly related, we must check the cause and effect, right? Basically, yeah, a good point, Walid. Actually, these are some statistical measures. Now, whenever we take any decisions based on the statistics, as we say it's 0.9, should we consider it as a significant relationship or not? all we try to interpret based on these values is a statistical interpretations. That's what statistic is trying to explain. But there is also one other, at one other hand, we also need to consider the domain perspective, whether it is significant with respect to the domain understanding or not. For example, the contact number can never help us to explain the sales, but it is quite possible that due to some statistical values, it is giving some relationship, right? So we need to take our decision. The end decision should be balanced enough. That should not be too much concentrated to the statistical interpretation, and not too much concentrated to the business domain interpretations. Make sense? So whatever we are getting, whatever values what we are getting based on these correlation coefficients, or we are going to discuss a lot more statistical functions in upcoming sessions. We need to take overall decision balanced with respect to the statistics and domain understanding. Correct? Okay. Now, how exactly this correlation works? When will we execute this correlation? It will tell us the relationship from every column to every other column. Right? It is telling us the correlation coefficient from every column to every other column. Yes? So if we can see minus 0.825, that's the relationship between this column and this column. Right? Make sense? So these are the correlation coefficient from every column to every other column. So if we have 15 columns, what will be the shape of this correlation matrix? Anyone? If we have 15 columns in the data frame, what will be the shape of this correlation matrix? 15 cross 15, right? 15 cross 15. And that's going to explain the correlation coefficient from every column to every other column. Understood? Awesome. Now, observing the values is quite time taking and also boring. Observing each and every value is also time taking and also boring. So we can have a interesting way to represent these values. That's called heat map. Exactly. That's called heat map. So the Matplotlib is the library. Matplotlib and Seaborn are the visualization libraries that are helpful to make the visuals, means the graphs and the figures. So we are going to plot a heat map here. Now I hope the line number not 5, the line number 7 is clear to everyone, and 7 and 9. I hope the line number 7 and 9 is clear to everyone. Yes? Perfect. This is basically to define the size of the figure, right? This line is basically defining the size of the figure. Size of figure. Okay? These are visualization libraries. These are visualization libraries. Okay? And that's the pandas we already know. That's the pandas we already know. So visualization libraries, then we define the size of the figure, we read the CSV file, and we calculated the correlation coefficient. Okay? So line number 9, up to line number 9. Is it clear, everyone? Awesome. Awesome. I will just show you the result, what is the output, then we can understand what is 10 and 20. Okay, so 20 is basically the width, 10 is basically the height of the line, height of the figure, right? 20 is basically the width, and 10 is basically the height of the figure. So if we now let's have other lines, we will understand by the figure itself. So if we'll execute this code, it will return some figure, that is the heat map. And how it is returning the figure? Yeah, here it is. How it is returning the figure. Basically, the line number 11 is responsible to display this plot where we are accessing sns.heatmap. SNS is from CBOND. So we are accessing sns.heatmap. We are giving the data, that is the correlations, but what we have calculated. So it is plotting the correlations. CMAP stands for color mapping, that is blue, white, and red. So if we observe the CMAP here, let me zoom out. Okay, so BWR stands for blue, white, and red. So we can see red is for extreme positive, blue is for extreme negative, and white is for 0, right? Red is for extreme positive, blue is for extreme negative, and white is for 0. Now we can change the CMAP, we can definitely change the color mapping, but we cannot give anything. We can only give what is allowed in CMAP Matplotlib. Okay, we cannot give anything here. BWR is a color mapping that is allowed in this Matplotlib library or CBOND library. In order to see what all possible color mappings we can give, we can definitely explore their official document, right? So this BWR is basically telling the color mapping, what kind of colors we want to use here. Understood? What if we don't give? It will use the default one. There is some default color mapping. If you don't give it, it will simply use some default one. Sure, yeah, that's what it will show in a default. It's coming from the CBOND. See, okay, in order to understand from where it is coming, see, we are using it from sns.heatmap, right? And SNS is the alias for CBOND library, right? So we are actually accessing this heat map function from the CBOND library. Okay, so we can use the color mapping to give any possible colors. Guys, we'll come to the annotations, guys. Let's do it one by one. We'll come to the annotations. Okay, now color mapping. There are lots of customization possible. Not only this, not only blue, white, and red. There are lots of hundreds of color customizations are possible. We can explore the color customization on their official document, right? Yes, guys, there are lots of different color customizations are possible in every library. If it is CBOND, if it is Matplotlib, if it is Plotly, there are lots of color customization available. So we can definitely explore their official documentation where what are the keywords for using what kind of color, and we can definitely play with the color things. No big deal, right? Right? Perfect. Okay. Now let's come to the annotations. This annote stands for annotations, and if we are making true, we are able to see the numbers in the figure, right? Let me re-execute it. If we make it true, we are able to see the numbers in the figure. If I make it false, let me make it false, and we will be able to understand what's. Okay, I'll make it false. Now see, there are no numbers, right? So annote stands for annotations, and it will display the numbers at every block, like labels, right? Understood? What annote is doing? Perfect. Now let's see size of the blocks. I can just zoom it for that. We can change the figure size if we want to change the size. We need to use figure size in that case. We need to play with the figure size in that case. In that case, we need to increase the figure size. No, like if we cannot increase a specific block. If we want to increase, we need to increase the entire figure itself, right? And like even if we want to increase the block, we want to increase all the blocks. So that will again require to increase the figure size. Make sense? Okay, perfect. Now after this, plt.whitetext and xtext, they are actually responsible to align these information at y and x axis, right? And if you see at x axis, the labels are rotated, right? At x axis, the labels are rotated here. They are not from left to right alignment. Yes, guys? The labels are rotated here. And how exactly are they rotated? By this line of code. X6 rotation equals to 90 degree. Understood? Easy? Yes, guys. Anyone wants to say what is BWR? Yes. Figure size is the width of the entire figure and the height of the entire figure. That's not a specific block. This 20 into 10 is for the entire figure. Okay? This figure size 20 into 10 is basically the width of the entire figure. X-tex and Y-tex. X-tex and Y-tex are basically responsible to place these labels. So if you see Y-tex, the labels are in the same alignment, left to right. Yes, the labels are in the same alignment, left to right. But if you see the X-tex, the labels are actually rotated here. The X-tex, the labels are actually rotated here. Correct? AX is basically we are storing it to some variable. Even if we don't use AX, it will still be displayed. But that is something we use when we need to implement the subplotting. So actually this is the good practice to do the plots. Use some variable to store the plot in an axis, right? And in case when we have subplots, we can actually use that axis. Yes, these are the predefined functions that are something we are accessing using the PLT object. Okay. Yes, guys. Awesome. All good, everyone? About the heat map and how we can interpret the heat map. Also, the code is obviously there, but apart from the code, we need to understand how exactly we read it. Right? df.plot by default df.plot plots a line chart. By default df.plot will do the line chart. Would be if we had not used 90 degree rotation for x. Okay, let me comment this code and let's see what's the output. Actually, we have rotated it. I need to re-execute this line. Okay, let me make it 0 first. Yeah, that's how it will work if we don't rotate it. Yes, clumsy to observe. We cannot understand what's there. We can make it anything, guys. 45, 70, anything. That's completely subjective. That's a customization thing, how we actually want our figure to look like. But 90 degree is something that is good. Making 45, 70, any we can give anything, right? That is completely subjective. We can rotate it with any angle. Yes? Yes, definitely, guys. That's something we can play with. The text are only used in graph visualization. Exactly. In like in any type of figure, it could be a line chart, a bar chart, pie chart, or whatever it is. We can use the text. Okay. And change in the figure size and show. Sure. So let me make it 10,5. 10,5. And you'll see a smaller figure. Boom. The graph got shrinked now. Easy? Yes, guys? Easy? Okay. Further experiments we can do with the figures. Awesome. Okay. Now the customization, the figure size, the annotations is it's definitely important. But what's most important is to how to interpret, how to read these values. So what exactly we can understand from this figure? Anyone? What exactly we can understand from this figure? That's the most important thing about a heat map and correlation plot. Red are more correlated, not only red. Darker is the color, better is the relationship. Light is the color, bad is the relationship. That's the, yeah. Intensity of the color is actually telling about the relationship. So more intense is the color, be it red or black, red or blue, we have a good relationship, and more light is the color, we have a bad relationship. And if we see the diagonal is actually 1 because the relationship from the column to column itself will always be 1, right? The relationship from the column to column itself will always be 1. So we have the diagonal completely 1. Understood. So we understood how we are we are actually trying what kind of information we are trying to read from this figure. Clear? YRO means what is YRO? Can we know from the values 2 if we can choose? And yeah, definitely. Definitely, we can definitely use the values, we can use the color codes, anything. Like we can use the color intensity, we can use the values, anything. Okay, Shruti. Actually, we cannot use any customized value in the color mapping. There are some things, some specific things allowed. We cannot give anything randomly. And what all color mappings are allowed, we need to refer to the official documentation, what all they have mentioned, what all is allowed and all that. Based on that, we can use the color mapping. But we cannot give anything randomly like any color coding. They have something predefined, which keyword needs to be used for what color encoding. Got it? Okay, yeah, here we go. These are the possible color encodings. Thank you so much, Adit. Can we plot specific correlation only, for example, plot only for those relations which are negatively correlated? For that, we need to use the filtration. We need to filter the data frame and then we can plot. Good question. We can filter the data frame and we can plot. Right now, in that case, we don't need to customize the plot. We need to customize the data. Whatever data we will give here, it will simply plot that. So we can simply filter and select the specific data what we need to plot and it will plot. Okay. Yeah, shift plus tab or shift plus double tab will explain the entire documentation. I'll do shift plus tab 2 times. It will tell what can be possible. So color mapping by default is none. And if you scroll it down, it is telling what color mapping is doing. We can do correlation function for categorical. Definitely good question. We can use correlation function for the categorical variables. It will also give us the values, but that is not very meaningful inside because correlation coefficient works over variance logic, right? Variance concept, and variance is not something that makes very good sense in categories, right? So we can definitely do it. It will also give us some values. It will also represent the heat map, but that is not very helpful. For categories, we have other statistical tests like ANOVA and chi-square. So we often go with that. Perfect. We can proceed, guys. All good with the correlation, coefficient, and the heat map. We can proceed, everyone. Boom. Awesome. Then, okay, this info function, info will just give basic information about the data, means what are the columns, their data types, and not null count. Not null count means how many not missing values are there. So if we have 347 entries and we have these many columns with exact 347 entries, but if you see this fifth column that has less than 347 not null count, means it is having some missing values. Functions are dynamic category. No, there is no such functions because their encoding can be different. So sometimes there are basically natures of the variable that we can define category or continuous. But ideally, we need to sense it from our own understanding whether this column needs to be treated as a category or continuous. Data type could be something helpful in order to understand because most of the numerical columns are continuous, but not every time. We can also have categories in numbers. But if it is not text, sorry, if it is not numeric, if it is text, that's going to be either discrete or category. So this is something we can take as a reference, but again, that's not hard and fast rule. It's not always true. Make sense? Perfect. So this info function is actually telling the information about the data and two major things it gives, that is the data type and not null count. Now let me explain what is not null count. Not null count is out of 347 entries, how many are not missing? So if the not missing are less than total entries, means we have missing data in the column. If this highlighted one fifth column is only have 341 not null values, means we have 6 values null, means 6 values are missing somewhere in this column. Make sense? Easy? Awesome. Once again, I lost the connection, Rohan. Okay, let me know what you missed. If that's not too far, I can quickly explain. Okay, does the fragrance, you receive the fragrance of coffee? Okay, okay. Plot them on heat map. Okay, I can just quickly wrap it up because we have already spent enough time on this. What we did, we simply calculated the correlation coefficient on a given data. This function will calculate the correlation coefficient from every column to every other column. And we simply plotted this correlation on the heat map function. So it will give this kind of result. And there are certain customization like the color mapping and whether we need to display the numbers and all those things. Okay. So that's like we can just go through with the code. You can, if you will see and you will try to play with these numbers, you will understand what's happening here. Awesome. So this thing is clear. Info is clear, guys. Everyone, info is clear. Sure. So what's happening in this info? It is just returning some information about the data. Two major things, that is the not null count and the data type. So not null count means how many values are not missing in every column, and what is the data type. So if you observe this fifth column, not null count for this column is 341, means 6 columns are missing. Sorry, 6 values are missing in this column, right? 6 values are missing in this column. So that's what info function does. Okay, perfect. Now if okay, so there is a drop function to drop the values, to drop the entities. Suppose we only want to keep the numeric values from the data. So we only want to keep we only want to have the columns that are numeric, that are not string type. So we can simply drop the one that are of string type, like school type and name. We can simply drop them, and we have a drop function to drop the columns, that whatever we what all columns we need to drop, we can simply mention it in drop function. Access equals to 1 to specify that we want to drop from columns. If we want to drop the rows, we can simply do access equals to 0. We want to drop from columns, we can give access equals to 1, and we can simply give the list of the columns we need to drop. Easy? Yes, guys, easy. Drop function, df dot drop. So we want to drop from this df data frame the name of columns we want to drop, access equals to 1 because we are dropping columns. And if we want to drop the rows, we will give access equals to 0. Access once to drop the columns and access 0 to drop the rows. Access is just to specify from which access we want to drop. If we want to drop from columns, we will give access 1. If we want to drop from rows, we'll give access 0. Easy? Can we drop? We can drop the entire, definitely we can drop the entire column. So if I execute this code and if I show you the quant df, that will only have the numeric columns and it will not have the name and school type in quant df, right? Now this is the select D type that will only select the columns with a specific data type. This is also a possibility. We can select the column, we can access the columns of a specific data type only. If I give access equals to 0, how many rows would be deleted? We need to specify then the rows then. If we give access equals to 0, in that case we need to specify what rows we need to delete in that case, right? For like in this code, if we give name and school type and access equals to 0, it will give the key error, means name and schools are not found in rows. It will simply give the key error that name and schools are not found in rows. Understood? Yes, in that case we need to give where we need to drop. Okay. So the drop function is clear. Select D types will select the data frame, select the columns for a specific data type only. So we said select D types float, so it is only selecting the columns with float type of data. Easy. Quantdf drop, this not working. Not working means what happened? Are you not you are not getting the result or what? No, that's okay. Not getting result, you need to execute quantdf in order to get the results, right? Actually, it is dropping and saving it in quantdf. So you just need to execute the quantdf in order to observe the result, right? Okay, perfect. Select details is also clear, everyone? Awesome, guys. Make sure whenever you open or reopen the Jupyter notebook, you have to re-execute the commands importing pandas and other libraries. Exactly, guys. Good catch, good point. We know the concept of volatile and non-volatile memory. So whenever we close the system, whenever we close the Jupyter notebook, every memory about every variable and dataset what we have imported will be lost. So in order, like in case we are reopening our Jupyter notebook or we are reopening the system, we need to re-execute the entire code. Okay? Yes, we need to run from the beginning, from the very first initialization. Awesome. So let's proceed. What else is there? Okay, now pivot. That's the more interesting concept here. So before we discuss the pivots, let me explain. Let me explain you what exactly is the pivot table. Okay. Pivot table are basically to generate. How many of us already know about the pivot tables, guys? Okay, we know about the pivot tables. No, in Excel. Okay, that's same. It's same in this pandas also. How many of us have no idea about pivot tables, guys? Good. So let's understand the pivots first. Before we talk about the code or anything, let's understand the pivot first. Diagram. I'm sorry, which diagram? It is same in SQL. Yes, quite similar. Uh, okay, okay. You mean to say I'm actually I still didn't get what kind of about the pivot. You mean to say about the pivots? Okay, cool. So let me open the Excel in order to understand the pivots first. Okay, let me open the Excel. So we will be using the pivot table on this data that is school type. So let me open the Excel first. It's been a long I have worked on Excel. Uh, we are using this one. Yes, everything is going on with the codes. Perfect. So here we go. This is the data set and this is the Excel. I hope this window we all are familiar about this window. Now we just need to go to the data and Where are the pivot tables? Where is the pivot tables? Oh, my bad. It should be an insert. Pivot tables. Here it is. So I need to select the range. I will simply go to this. I'll do Command A. I didn't selected Command A. Sorry. Command Shift down and Command Shift left. So it selected the range what I want to use in order to create a pivot table. So I want to create a pivot table on this data. Okay. So I selected this data. Everyone can see this data is selected here. Now I've selected the pivot. Now, right now we don't need to remember the steps and all those things because learning Excel is completely different subject. We are trying to understand what is pivot here. Okay. So we actually right now we don't need to learn the steps and everything in Excel. That's a complete different subject. We are just trying to understand what is pivot table. Let's create a new worksheet, or let me create an existing worksheet. No, let's make it a new and let's click on OK. Perfect. So we will be creating reports of the data. We will be creating reports of that existing data using a pivot table. So right now, these are the columns what we have here. Okay. These are the columns what we have here. Yes, we can see these field names, this small drop down. This is having all the columns what we have. Yes. Okay. Now see these entities, columns, rows, and values. These columns, rows, and values are of pivot tables. Okay, so suppose I just want to see average rating per school type. Okay, so I'll just drag the school type in rows, and if you see, every unique category is available in the row, right? Every unique category is available in the row here. Let me zoom it. Yes, every unique category is available in the row. I simply dragged the school type in the rows, and every unique category is available in the rows. Easy? Easy? Awesome. Now, I want to see average rating. What is the average rating for every type of school? So there must be something school rating, and school rating is something I am dragging in values. Okay, so right now see, this is saying sum of school ratings, right? We need to change it to average. Now it is giving average rating for every school. Understood? Okay, now average, apart from average, suppose we also want to see how many total number of schools are there. So I'll again drag the school rating, and instead of sum, I'll use count. Okay, so now it is telling how many schools are there. So these many schools are there for public category, and this is the average rating and so on. Easy? So now what we need to understand here, these attributes, columns, values, rows, and this function what we specified in values, right? To create a report like this, we need to specify something in columns, something in rows, something in values, and the functions and values, right? Yes. So these attributes are clear, everyone? What we did in Excel? Awesome. And that is something we do with the pandas as well. So if I show you the code, and this is the pandas pivot table function, pd.pivot table, in which we need to specify the data first. Like remember, when we created a pivot table, we selected the data, what data we want to use to create a pivot table. So we selected that entire data. Here we need to specify what data we want to use in order to create a pivot. So we specified df, that's the data frame what we should use. Easy? Easy? The rows in Excel is indexed in pandas. The rows in Excel is indexed in pandas. So we specified index, keep the school type, values, use the school rating, aggregate function is the mean, and we will get the pivot table as we saw in Excel, right? We simply specified the values. In row, we specified school type. In values, we said school rating. The aggregate function should be the mean. Easy? Easy? Okay. So we also did two things in values, right? We gave two values, that is average of school and count of school rating. So that is something we can also do here. So give school rating two times and also give aggregate function two times. So one is the mean, another is the count. Yes, it's giving. Okay. We can. Okay, if we are using it on the same value, we don't need to specify it two times. We can also give it one time, and we can give the two aggregate functions. So it is giving the mean and count for the same school rating value. Easy. Understood the pivot tables, guys? Awesome. So yes, that's all for the day. Now we can do the Q&A. If anyone have any questions from anywhere, let's discuss that. How to change the name of the column after the aggregate function? We can we take average. So instead of school rating, it can be it can have. Okay, so in that case, we have dot rename function, right? We have dot rename function, so we need to specify what name should be renamed to what other thing, and we can use that rename in order to rename the column names. Okay. Dot rename function is there to rename the columns, and that is actually the property of a data frame. What result we are getting here is the data frame only, right? This what result we are getting here is the data. I want to send an Excel. Sorry, means you want to share an Excel with everyone. Line number 82. Sure. See, if we see this pivot table, we have the columns, values, and rows. Three major attributes in which we specify something and we get a report like this. Is it clear? Everyone? Okay. Remember the columns, the values, and also the rows. Here, index is the rows in which we specified the school type. So we can see rows is having the school type. Yes, guys? Make sense? We specified that in rows, that is school type. So we are getting index as a school type. The values is school rating. So whatever we get in this part is school rating. The aggregate function is mean and count. So it is giving the mean of school rating and the count of school rating. Easy? Perfect. Okay. Can we have multiple index? If we see the columns, this is actually having multiple index only, right? If we see the column, we are having multiple index only. So there is index mean and there is an index column. If we give multiple, okay, let me show you some other example. I have another data, that's the sales. Okay, that's the sales data. If I show you the pivot table in sales, wait. Okay, right now what we are getting, the customer and the sales representative. The customer and the sales representative, in order to have, this is giving average sales. It is giving average sales for every customer and every sales representative, right? And suppose we want to include the region as well. We want to include the region as well. So I'll give two entities in columns along with the customer. I also want region. Now see, we have multiple index. So we have customer, all the regions, then we will be having other customer and then all the regions, and that's how we have the data. Got the multi-index? Sure. So see what we are doing here in index, we gave two values, that is the customer and a region, right? So we can see first we have a customer, that is Amazon, and all the possible reasons in which we made a sale to Amazon. Similarly, so there is dot dot dot, so there will be all other rows. There will be another customer and all possible reasons for that customer. So this is multi-index. Understood? Can include sales.csv in the shared file as well? Sure, I will include it. That file is also available in the other Google Drive what I shared. Let me just upload it. Notebook, sales, where's the sales file? Not in demo data sets. Pivot one, movies, my file, sales funnel, sales data. Where is the sales? Sales new. Here it is, sales.csv. So I simply uploaded the sales.csv. We can tell you what's going on in these for 5 minutes. We can start teaching. Say, for example, we are going to see express features in the Panda for the purpose to explain in details. Quick visualization example and come back and click everyone is okay. Likewise, this is more like webinar Q&A, not all have. Actually, I am not understanding what you're trying to say. If possible, can you tell what you are going to teach for at least coming 5 minutes and start teaching? Say, for example, we are going to see XYZ features in pandas. XYZ mean for purpose to explain it in detail. Let's see quick visualization example and come back. So that check everyone is okay. Likewise, this is more like webinar Q&A and not at all have a feeling like something is being taught. So many questions in so many directions. It's a pure Q&A sessions. Everybody has his own method of teaching. If you didn't like it, ignore, no props. Okay, if I understood what you are trying to say is to have a quick overview what we are going to discuss in upcoming like 5 to 10 minutes. What are the upcoming topics we are going to discuss, and then we talk about the topic, something like that, right? Okay, right now what we are doing, we discuss a topic, we talk about the questions. We are going right now, what approach we are following, we discuss a topic and we take the questions respected to that topic only. Yes, that's what we are doing right now. We pick a topic, we discuss that topic, like we explain it, and then we take the questions. That's what we are doing right now. Yes, guys? Right? And is it good? Is it good? Yes? The next session, like we will be continuing from this notebook file itself, so you can have a look at this notebook file, what's there in this notebook file. That will be the next session, guys. That is something we will cover for the next session. Okay, 80% question, 20% teaching. Basically questions, we need to address the questions, guys, because if someone is not able to understand, we need to address that also, right? We cannot skip the questions. Yeah, sure. Let me give you, let me unmute you just a sec. Rahul, sure. Rahul. Yes, Rahul, you can go ahead. Yes, please. How to share the Excel? Actually, Adit, you cannot share Excel to me or anyone. What best we can do, you can share your screen and we can discuss over there. Yes, Rahul, you can say what like. Yeah, just a second. Let's discuss what Rahul is trying to say. Then we'll see. Okay. Yes, Rahul, please. Your mic is open. You can go ahead, please. You there? We cannot hear you. No, we actually we can't hear you. Sure, sure.
What about now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, okay. It's a different headset. By the way, I think it's legible to hear, right?
You like the voice is not clear. We are not
Okay.
able to understand.
I changed my headset. Just I
Yeah, I am so sorry. I'm unable to understand what you're saying.
Is it better now?
Yeah, better. Yes, far better.
Okay. Okay, fine. So what I was trying to say is, see, if we are trying to listen to something, we need to have an idea what we are listening, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay. So you are talking about pandas. It's or big topic pandas. In
Okay.
that you go take the CSV, edit something, then you go to data frame. In data frame we come across something, and there is a question coming from one direction. In related to that question, you would reply for something else, and related to that answer, and another person will have a question, you would answer to that. But think about somebody who is constantly listening, they won't be able to focus because we have a pattern to go with, and these questions are actually diverting it. So
Mm-hmm.
so basically, if you have topics like A, B, C, D, E, F to teach, you have an idea. I have to teach A, B, C, D, E, F. Give
Okay.
okay. We will be seeing about A, B, C, D, E. Then we will come to the questions. Okay, it's not meant to say you don't need to address question. Also, wait, park the questions at all. Just give an overview what we are going to do. At the moment, I don't have an idea what you are going to speak after 2 minutes. Now you are
Okay.
showing some
I
table, yeah,
got it. Got
get
it.
it. But just think of this way: in the beginning itself, 30 minutes we were behind uploading CSV. Many people are asking how to do. You were constantly saying, okay, put it in the path. Again, somebody asks, just update the path. But the thing is, we should understand that whoever asking is not able to understand what is by setting the path. At the same time, if you present, okay, open it. This is Jupyter Notebook. This is the place where you have to set the path. Show that, done.
Got
It's
it. Got
that
it.
simple as it is. Similarly,
Got
give
it.
an
Got it.
idea like, okay, we are going to see these and these things. It is intended for this purpose. Then even if somebody is lost in between the question, he know when to come back. Now I don't have any idea when is something useful for me come, when some things I already know being discussed. I'll just keep distracting all the time.
Okay. Okay. So
Yeah,
what I
I hope
understood is
that's the
we
case
should
for most
finish.
people. Yeah.
Yeah, like what I understood, we should finish a discussion first. Let's say we pick the topic, be it a pivot table. We should finish the complete pivot table. It will take 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever it will take. We should finish. Like, let me speak first. everything is completed, then we'll start addressing the Q&A like this way, right?
Kind of, yeah. You should have some target. You should have a feeling that I taught something. Some people got something. Then direct to Q and A. Otherwise,
Got it.
in between you yourself, right? You were drawing some table. You answered one person's question very detailed. Then you yourself forgot what you were talking about,
Yeah.
and
Okay. I
you
got it.
yeah.
I
So
got it. I got it.
just think, if you forgot how the other people like us, we were listening, how we are going to
I
recall what
got
you
you.
were.
I got you. I got you. I got you. Okay. So, just like what I feel about this approach, what happens when we finish a topic, let's say for 10 minutes, right? For 10 to 15 minutes. Let's say we are going to discuss pivot, and we are going to discuss this pivot for next 10 to 15 minutes. I explained entire pivots for the 15 minutes, and then I started taking Q&A, right? That's how we should go.
I won't tell a time frame, but you should
Okay, then give me
you should
anything.
have an idea, like
Sure, sure.
when
Makes
you should let people interrupt and when you
sure,
should speak.
sure. Makes sense.
And
Makes sense.
just I want to tell frankly, I'm no expert in Python, and many things discussed were not known to me. Means many people already know much things. I don't know most of the things, but
Makes sense. Makes sense.
still I lost in between. Why? Because questions are flowing in many direction. It's hard like someone to focus, right? Even though we don't understand, if there is a flow of things, we will listen at that same time.
Okay,
Something comes in between, yeah.
I got you. I got
And
you. I
I
got you.
request
So we
people
should
to
finish the
give
topic
their
first.
comment in the comment box if whatever I am telling makes sense or not, or if you have a different opinion, just make it clear. I'm not saying whatever I am saying is
No,
always
I
everybody.
definitely get you. I
Yeah.
definitely understood. I definitely get you. Actually, see, let me tell what happens when we follow this thing. Let's say we pick the topic. We like first I'll speak. I'll not take the chat bot. I'll not take the chat box. I'll only speak. I'll cover the topic. I'll finish the topic, and then I'll start addressing the Q&A. That could be a possible approach of going on with the topics, right? Now, what happens in that case? Let's take a example. We spend 10 to 15 minutes on a given topic, and then we start taking the Q&A. Now, I'll start getting lots of such queries. That, sir, can you please repeat the topic? Can you repeat from that point? Can you please repeat from there? So we again need to repeat the things, and this happens very frequently. If we finish everything on a single go, and then we'll start getting Q&A, I'll get lots of, please, sir, can you please repeat?
Yeah,
And then
I
repeating the entire topic in entire thing is quite time taking. So what I feel, if we are going on a topic, like if it's this pivot is going to take 10 minutes, there are 5 steps to understand the pivot. So we go step by step. Okay, the first thing, what are the attributes? We are good with the attributes. If attributes are clear with someone, we can proceed to the next step. How do we address the functions in the Python notebook? So in that case, that repetition thing is resolved.
I understand your point. It's because we teach by line. There is no need of teaching line by line in the Jupyter notebook even. Even if you are taking the Jupyter notebook example today, first 5 minutes, you could have given an overview. Okay, what we are going to see. In the first section, we would see the
Okay.
data frame. Just recall what is data frame. For minimize the Jupyter notebook itself, just draw in a MS Paint an Excel sheet. Data frame. Data frame means a table, and series means one column in the table. Series can have only one type of
Sure.
what data type, but a data
Sure.
frame can have multiple data. These all things discussed for 3 minutes. If that has been done, 90% of the question come in the Q&A must have solved, right? You know, these people would ask, including me, would ask these questions. Why
Sure. Sure.
you are somebody who taught many sessions. You know what kind of questions going to come, which is homogeneous, which is heterogeneous. Everything you can cover in first 10 minutes itself. None of these questions would have even come.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah,
Okay. I understood. So we'll
yeah.
we'll try to go that. Sure.
Then there is
I'll
no point now. The major concept you have explained, whatever the prerequisite knowledge revision, everything has come done. Now you go to Jupyter notebook, show the first line. See, this code do this particular syntax does this thing, plot gives me the heat map here, do
Sure.
these things. And
Understood.
if you
Understood.
say, there won't be any questions at all. There won't be
Yes.
absolutely. I
Well,
have
well,
attended
well,
classes
well. Sure.
where there won't be any question because it would be that crystal clear.
Sure, sure. I understood. We can also go with that. We'll try it from the next session.
Okay,
We'll try.
sure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the suggestion. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Okay, now let me look at the chat box. Okay. A lot of things happened. Let me scroll it a bit. Last session for the data science, if we chat in between, trainer won't allow. I feel the flow was very okay. Okay. Can you just a second? Let me know. Let me see what's going on. Lots of messages. I am totally lost. What's happening? Let me understand what's your frustration whenever thinking is time to re-explain something, no one is something wrong over the next lines of the command, and they do help. They're always mixed learners. Uh, okay, mixed opinions. Okay, so let's generalize this thing. What should we do from the next class? We'll do this way. Let's discuss a topic and let's do a Q&A. No questions in between. Okay. First the discussion and the Q&A. Will that be okay for everyone? Better? Like topic by topic, not the entire session. One topic, discussion, and the Q&A. And if I have a doubt on a first line, then yes, that is something I'm concerned of. If the topic has 5 steps and if someone didn't understood the first step itself, after that topic we need to repeat the, like, let's try this guys. Let's, like, we got a suggestion and we also got a lot of people agreed on that, so let's try it and let's see how it goes. Yeah, and that is that. Okay, let's see guys, let's see. Though, like, ultimately we are at some stage, we covered something. So for today, if we try to summarize what all we have covered pivot table, we have covered about the data frames and the series, we have done the heat map, we have done the what else? Yes, log and ilog. So we discussed the basic attributes of the, we discussed the basic attributes of data frame, right? Okay, are we good with what we discussed today, guys? Are we good with what we discussed today? Yes, like, we are good to drop off. If there is, like, if you want to ask anything, if you want to put any thoughts, then please go ahead. Otherwise, we are good to drop off, guys. Awesome, 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 guys. Awesome. Sure, sure, guys. One by one. I cannot unmute, like, uh, one by one, only one by one. Okay, let me go first with, yeah, Kangan. Just a sec. Let me unmute you.
Yeah, hello?
Hello.
Yeah, hello, sir. Can you
Yes, yes, yes. You're. We can hear you.
just one thing I just when say, you have a wonderful session, right? Got
Yes.
everything perfect way. That's awesome. I really appreciate it. But the thing that that Charles was told before, I don't know. Like we have in this batch some people who even do not know the basics of Python, right?
Actually, you're
Even
not
do not know
clear.
how
Yes.
to use.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
even
you're
do
not
not know.
clear.
Is clear now?
Uh, the like we are not able to understand what you're saying. I'm so sorry.
Better now, sir.
Uh,
Hello. Hello.
like we can hear you, but it's the voice is not clear.
Is it clear now?
Yeah, little better.
Actually, I want to say that we have some.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Your voice is not clear.
Hello.
Hello is clear. Only hello is clear.
Now is it clear? Clear now.
I'm so sorry. I don't know. It's only with me or like anyone else is also uh, not
That
able
is
to
fine.
hear.
I'll put this handbook.
Yeah, yeah. Not clear, right? No, yeah, yeah, guys, not clear. So sorry. Anyone else wants to say something, guys? How to download the CSV file and use the path? Okay, that's completely subjective from the different operating system. If you observe, like if it is Windows, the path is written right above. You can just copy from there. I want to say if you have people who even don't know the basics of Python and basics of Jupyter, also how they will learn the ML. Okay, sure, Camila, I'll unmute you. Yes, you're good. You can say.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think what everyone is saying is there's a lot of people here that haven't done the previous courses, and that stops everyone else from learning the deeper things of ML because we're still stuck in the basics. At the start of the lesson, we spent 30 minutes on something very simple that is taught at the start of other courses.
I
So
agree.
I think
Definitely, I agree. Yeah.
it's obviously we don't want to leave no one behind because
Yeah.
it's obviously as a teacher you wouldn't want to do that. But as a student, it's not fair to sit here going through things that I've gone through in other courses. Why can't people go through the order that they give in Simplilearn? Also,
True.
Simplilearn need to take the people out that are up to the level because it's not fair for them. They're not going to understand. We're going to be behind. We're not going to finish the course and the content.
True, true. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. As of now, like these are the first two sessions only, so this is quite basics only. But gradually, as we move forward, we will be getting into more technical aspects, and then we will be taking care of these things definitely.
Okay, but so how are we gonna deal with the Q&A every minute? when we have.
We actually, okay, so when we will proceed, we won't be doing it line by line code, because now in upcoming sessions we have the entire mathematical logic. So first of all, we need to derive the equations and everything. So we'll be using the whiteboards and we'll understanding the mathematics. Once that is finished, then we'll be covering the Q&A and other things. In order to in order to take care about the learners that are not very prepared about the mathematics, we have self-learning videos. So that is the possible solutions. If there is someone who is not actually aware of the basics, he can go through with the self-learning videos before we attend the sessions.
Okay, that's fine. Also, with people that come in late, so for example, to the session, would you be able to let them know to just go through the recordings? Because if you're not on time as well, it's not fair for the people who started
Definitely, definitely.
You keep having to repeat. Obviously, for you, you have to repeat this thing 5 times.
Exactly. That's also something we need to take care about. So we should not be repeating the same thing again and again. Definitely.
Okay, that's all then. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for the suggestion, guys. Okay, so we'll keep all these things in mind, and we'll try to we'll try to make it as smooth as possible. Sure. Let me unmute you. Just a sec. Yeah, you can.
Can you hear me,
Yes,
Professor?
yes, we can hear you.
How's everybody doing? I was gonna say I can understand everyone's frustration. I am I guess what you call a fresher or whatever. And I appreciate all your explanations, and like I said, I understand where everyone's coming from. I think maybe a more optimal solution, instead of telling people just to leave and watch the recording, um, would be to have like a TA, like a teaching assistant. Um, and so that, people come in late, or they just have, a lot of people with the same question repeatedly, the TA will be able to help, and that way you can keep the flow, so you can have both.
Okay, yeah,
Um,
that's also
be, something to consider.
yeah.
And the other thing I was going to say was, you see how you uploaded the Jupyter Notebook file that has like all the different commands that we're going to go over?
You mean to say the
Um,
basics file? It's
yeah, the basics file, for example. Now, for the other classes, like after we finish with the Panda basics and everything like that, would you still be doing that? Would that continue?
Like for the upcoming session, we'll be covering this file first, and then we'll
No,
proceed.
I mean after we finish the Panda basics file, like for the other things that we're going to learn, are you going to provide the notes in advance?
Yes, I'll provide you the notes, everything.
Oh, okay. So, and that's another thing. If you're going to do that, then the people who are getting slightly frustrated, while I understand your frustration, I get it. Like if we're stuck on something because let's say it's complicated, or for whatever reason, you're more than free to like go over the next command lines or whatever and try to see like if you can understand it. And then by the time that you finish that in a couple minutes or whatever, then the professor is like going on to that anyways. And so you've seen it more than once during that time span. So that way you're not, getting frustrated, worrying about what, other people who are maybe less knowledgeable or less experienced or like getting confused about. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to think of solutions that are, benefit everyone instead of just complaining. Because I'm not that experienced, and so like I get where the experienced people are coming from, and where the unexperienced, because it's what they're saying. I get it. So I'm just trying to see if we can come up with multiple solutions.
Okay. So no worries, guys. We'll try to look for some middle ground. That's gonna be fruitful for everyone. So as of now,
Seems
I
like
hope.
Camille doesn't agree, but that's fine. We can agree to disagree. I respect your different opinion, and I appreciate you listening to what I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. We will definitely look for some middle ground. That should be fruitful for all of us. So let's continue tomorrow. I hope today's session is clear. I hope the topics what we discussed today are clear to everyone. Yeah, sure, Adit. Please share me your screen. I'm so sorry I got this. Please share your screen. Let me make you presenter. Yes, you're good. You can share your screen, Adit. We can't hear you actually. Yeah, sure, guys. If we are done with the session, we can drop off. We are good to drop off, guys.
Yes, hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. See, Abhilash, actually, from Pivot, I can't share the data. I've edited after I brought this to my PC. Okay.
Cool.
This is a live, issue that I am facing.
Mm-hmm.
This is the pivot that was developed through a data set on a data set.
Okay.
Okay. The data set is extracted from my uh, environment, like production environment.
Okay, cool.
So I worked for a bank and the bank data. Okay.
Okay.
So on top of that data, I have extracted a pivot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, my requirement over here is, see, you can see this, right? There are multi-indexing data sets that has been
Yes.
changed, like
Yes.
for even for columns as well as for rows.
Yes.
Sorry,
There
rows
are.
and columns. Yeah,
Right.
these are for rows. So now my requirement is, see, here I need to add one more with saying percentage, where the percentage is equal to this divided by and you know the total of this
Okay.
into 100
Okay.
100 with rounding off. Okay, with
Okay.
rounding off. So for every column, see, actually here what happened is, like, there is a further bifurcation. About 10 days is there in both switcher and non-switcher.
Okay.
Okay. So again, for this 10 days also, I need to create, like, for each and every column for same day.
So
I
okay.
have to insert.
Do
I have to do that.
formula is quite similar, right?
Yeah, formula is quite similar. And the thing is, here it is also same. Like 261 divided by 367, I hope so. The last
Mm-hmm.
367.
Yeah. Got it. Got it.
Yeah,
Got it.
it's 367 into 100. The
Okay.
percentage, it's simply a percentage that I need to include.
Got it.
Like,
Yes.
I'm stuck with this. On top of it, on top of this, I have to do the graphical representation. Every time what I do is I come till here, till this point, like excluding this, I come till here. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I do manual work, then I
Mm-hmm.
design a graph on this.
Mm-hmm.
Since I don't want to put everything using Excel. Even data with Excel also, this is possible. The thing is, I
Okay.
don't want to do that manual work. Pandas has given me an best out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I have done till here, but I can't able to add that percentages.
Percentage. Okay. So what I can think of the possible solution, but actually I'm not the Excel guy, so I can't be very sure about the Excel. But in Pandas, we can
Hmm.
definitely iterate and we can apply a customized function using apply function in Pandas. So what all we need to do is, like, there is one attribute that's going to be common. Like if we pick the last value, the grand total.
Hmm.
That is something that is going to be used for every column, right? Be it above 10 days or
Yes,
within two,
yes,
whatever it is.
yes.
Let me share my screen and let me show you some similar thing. But like it's not exactly same. You might get the idea what I'm trying to say here.
I have to make you presenter, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me share my screen and I hope the file is launched.
It's a long pending issue from my end. I've been trying. I think so. I thought this is something related to even panels.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to learn panels and I'm totally blank about panels even after reading to the so many, blogs,
Mm-hmm.
hearing to so many classes, YouTube videos. I can't figure it out like how to do it.
Okay, so here in this file, actually, I am creating a function. Okay, now if you see this get similarity function, so
Yeah.
get similarity function is taking one parameter that is the skills and other parameter is fixed, that is good resume skills.
Okay.
As in our case, we have grand total fixed,
Grand total fixed. Yes.
right? And
Yes.
I'm applying this function only to skills where it is. Yeah. So I'm only applying this function to the skills. So we can actually iterate this to all the other columns where we need to apply and we can store it to some, desired column. And then later on we can rearrange it.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So we can simply iterate the multi-index. We
Hmm.
can apply to like the different columns what we need to utilize in order to calculate the percentage where the grand total is going to be the constant for this function. So it will take
Okay.
the same value for the grand total and it will iterate the other columns and we can simply apply over the pandas and we can store it to the desired column. So in case of multi-index we need to specify the multi-index here where we want to
Okay.
store it.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Abhilash. I'm going on mute. I'm done.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I hope we are all good and done with the concepts for the day. This code, this one, I can just share you this specific snippet. I cannot share the file because it's quite confidential. So I can send you this specific snippet. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. So let's conclude the session. I have to drop off. I need to start the other things. Already 20 minutes behind. I hope it was informative and we enjoyed the session. Let's catch up from the same point tomorrow. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Bye bye. Take care.
Hey guys, I hope that was a wonderful session, despite of some disagreements with the flow of it, and also we'll definitely look into the about the flow of the session in the next ones. So don't worry, the trainer and the team will work together on this, and we'll find a solution which works for everyone, even for the new ones and the experienced people as well. So not to worry, we'll find a solution and then we'll improvise in the coming sessions. Okay. So for now, guys, please provide your feedback based on what you have learned today, and also based on the approach of the trainer. Okay. So, and for any issues that you might face or might be facing, just reach out to the team raising a ticket, and we are definitely going to help you out. Okay. So since we are long past the closing time, we are now closing the session, and all the general questions which you have for now can be addressed at the coming sessions later. Okay. So everyone, thank you so much for your participation. All the best with your learning, and please reach out to the team for any issues. Okay. Have a good night, guys. Thank you.